wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
We're right? All good. Okie doke. Look, I'd like to open the meeting and, as with tradition, open the meeting with an acknowledgement to country. I would like to begin with acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet today, the Darumbal people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I also extend that respect to the neighbouring Aboriginal peoples within our local government area, the Gangaloo Nations people, the Barada, Kabarara and Yetamarara people, and acknowledge the Torres Strait Islander people whose land is in the Torres Straits but live and work on Aboriginal land. And then item 1.2 would like to invite Pastor John Buckles to do the opening prayer. And councillors and audience, if you can stand.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the honour to open your session in prayer. Let's bow. Heavenly Father, we do thank you, first of all, Father, for our monarch, the Queen, and her passing. We pray for the royal family, Father, that you will be with them and meet their needs. We pray, Father, for each of our councillors, for their private lives and the pain that any of them may be suffering, Father, that you will be with them and minister to them and help them, Father. We pray, Father, for as they do their deliberations, Father, and give them wisdom, insight, clarity. We pray, Father, that you will guide them in their thoughts, that you will give them the extra strength, that, Father, you would bless their homes and their families for the work that they put in, for that our community might go forward, that our city might be successful, that our region may grow and prosper. We just thank you for all of these things, that you are a God who loves us and cares for us and have shown daily your goodness to us. And we thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Buckles. Councillors, I would like to actually move a motion of condolence now, and I'll just read that. People throughout Australia and indeed the world continue to mourn the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, and I wish to express on behalf of the Rockhampton Regional Council our deepest condolences to His Majesty the King and the royal family. And this motion of condolence will provide an opportunity for the Rockhampton Regional Council to pay tribute to the Queen's life of service and her enduring bond with Australia and its people. I'd like to move that and seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. All those in favour?
Mr. Mayor, could we just put the full, complete title of the Queen in that?
Yes, we can do that. Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. And with that, we will stand for a minute's silence. Thank you for that. Okay, now we'll sort of continue with council meeting. Councillor Rutherford is on her way. It is a very tough day for both Grant and Councillor Rutherford, and our prayers and that are with you today. Apologies and leave of absence. Mayor Tony Williams is on a leave from the 5th of September to the 30th of September. And then move on to item 4, confirmation of minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 23rd of August. So I'm happy to move that they're true and correct. Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wickerson. All those in favour? And that's carried. Any interest to declare in this agenda? Councillor Wickerson?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I have a declarable interest in item 15.1. That's the disposal of part of a lot to an adjoining owner relating to a property the subject of this report. As the owner, Mr Michael White, has assisted me with my 2016 local government election campaign by helping me to hand out how-to-vote cards. So that could well and truly be perceived as a conflict, and I will leave the meeting for that item in closed session.
Thank you, Councillor Wickerson. Any other interest to declare? Remember that you can write up until that item. I was looking at Councillor Smith to see if there was any family members near any of the agenda items, but you can do that right to the commencement of that agenda item. Okay, next item is business outstanding, and it's a lifting matter from this table. And can I have someone there that is happy to lift that matter? Portfolio Councillor, Councillor Mathers moves, Councillor Smith seconded. All those in favour, and that's carried. We've got no public forums, deputations, no presentation of petitions, no councillor or delegate reports, so we move on to officers' reports. On the first one of today, now before I go to that, I would like to actually change the order of business. Item 10.2, I'd like to move that to follow item 10.9 in the council agenda, just to give, it's one there that we do need some discussion, and I felt there that we would leave that to the last item on the agenda. I'm happy to move. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So, with that, we move on to item 10.1, and that's a sponsorship of the 2022 Fitzroy Barra Bash. And welcome, Greg, to the lectern.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Fisher and councillors. This is our yearly visit to hopefully endorse the sponsorship of the Barra Bash. It's something that's in our approved event calendar and something that is contained within the budget. I mean, I think we all now know the importance of fishing, especially barra fishing, to our region, and it's certainly building a better and better profile each year, whether that be through the recreational fishing strategy, the Barramundi Highway, or one of these great fishing events, the Women That Fish, the Barra Bash and the 10K Thready events. They're really starting to put Rocky on the radar, not only from an event point of view, but also from a fishing point of view. And some of the statistics in the survey attached to this report show that people do think that Rockhampton is the best place to go and fish for barra, and it is something they would recommend to their friends and colleagues and others and families to do. So, you know, those in itself, I believe, offer the value to continue with this sponsorship this year.
Thank you, Greg. Got two councillors off with their lights on, Councillor Mathers and then Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to say that, as we all know, we live in the best part of Australia. You know, Rockhampton region is just absolutely sensational. But Greg, I just want to say thanks for this. We need to use every tool that we have at our disposal to make sure that everyone else in Australia and around the world knows how good this region is, and it's events like this and sponsorship like this that bring other people to the region. I know we're just putting a toe in the water when it comes to the Barra Trail and that type of thing, but I think it's a great project that we're doing, and thanks for bringing this to the table. I'm certainly happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Mathers. Councillor Wickerson.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. Echoing those sentiments as well. This aligns perfectly with our recreational fishing strategy and a range of other things that we're doing to try and promote Rockhampton as beef, barra and burnouts, was it, I think you're coined. We just recently, Councillor Kirkland and I attended the Women That Fish fishing competition, which was just amazing. And even though they only caught a few fish, for factors beyond our control, like weather and fresh in the river and whatever, these people were just raving about it. And they came from all corners of Australia, including Darwin, I think was the furthest one that travelled down. So flew down, arranged a skipper and a boat and had a ball, even though the fishing wasn't as good as it could have been, but no, not our fault. And they still loved it, and they were raving throughout the whole night about how good. So this is another event that I think we've been involved with before, and absolutely happy to support my colleague here with that. The only thing I'd like to add, probably through you to Mr CEO, I'm a little bit uncomfortable that, as I was at the Women That Fish one, that we're getting provided tickets to the event, and there was like a complimentary team entry and other additional tickets to the presentation night as gifts. I'm not comfortable with that because it could be easily perceived that we're only sponsoring it to get the freebies out of it, which I don't support.
Where we go through, we try and, the first instance we put through the chair is to actually say we don't want anything in return, but when we do get that stuff, do get any gifts back from that sponsorship arrangement, we do have a fairly thorough process to go through to distribute to make sure we get value out of it, not just as a nice thing to do. Yeah. So of course we want to not only support the event but show our support by being in attendance and speaking up Rockhampton as much as we can. Is there an opportunity that, like with other events, that council could purchase tickets to a presentation night or something to give the mayor or Greg an opportunity to give a little speech or whatever? Yeah, definitely can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Smith.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I think, you know, Rocky is famous for the Barra Bash, but what I want to know, years ago that we said there was a waiting list of people wanting to get in the competition, and do those people have a chance, an opportunity the next year to take part? You know, obviously they miss out on the cutout.
Yeah, Councillor Smith, that's actually not run by us, but it's a question I can ask because we're only a partner in the event. But in the past 2 years, nobody has missed out. They've extended the entries to ensure everyone's captured. But remember, we haven't had interstate visitors in that time either, but we'll see how it goes. But I believe from speaking to them this year again, they can cope with the number of entries coming.
And my second question is, has anyone won the grand prize in the last few years, or is that fish still swimming away in the ocean?
Well, that's the 10K3D, Councillor Smith, and no is the answer. I really want somebody to catch it. I don't necessarily want to spend our budget, but I really do from a profile point of view this year with the 10K3D for somebody to win it.
Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Someone happy to move? Moved Councillor Kirkland, seconded Councillor Mathers. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Okay. Our next one there is the development applications. There we go.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Councillors.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
So this application is for a club and operational works for advertising devices, being a creative awning sign and 5 wall signs. The subject site is located in the low-density residential zone with an approximate size of 3.8 hectares. Surrounding the site is a mixture of industrial, commercial and residential development, and the site is currently occupied by Cordy's Resort, which currently includes a 52 motel unit, a restaurant, function facility and ancillary car parking. The proposed development seeks to establish Club Parkhurst on the subject site and will involve the redevelopment of the existing function facility, the building on the southwest side. The existing Cordy's Resort accommodation and restaurant to the rear of the site will be retained and continue to operate as a separate tenancy within the site. Club Parkhurst would consist of a CAF area that includes indoor and outdoor seating, a courtyard, kids play area, large dining area, sports bar and gaming room, along with retaining the 2 function areas from the existing building. The application was subject to public notification for 15 business days and no submissions were received. While the proposed development does present some conflicts with the strategic outcomes for the settlement pattern theme, specifically the site is designated within the new urban area where residential development is anticipated. The subject site is considered suitable for the proposed development and regard to relevant matters identified in the Statement of Reasons is considered to outweigh those conflicts. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions outlined in the report.
Thank you for that. Councillor Mathers is Portfolio Chair. Would you like to speak to this?
Thanks very much, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to say it's great to see more development out in that area, you know, as our region grows into that northern corridor, and hopefully we can grow further there as things move forward. It's just a benefit to the community out there as well, so I'm very happy to support this and to move it.
Thank you, Councillor Mathers. Okay, Councillor Latcham,
thanks,
have a
Mr.
question.
Mayor. Thank you. A question through to Kathy. Kathy, on the proposed extensions, and I think this is a great project, but I just want, the question I've got to ask is, half of the new proposed development is regarding a gaming room. Is there an indication of how many gaming machines they're looking at putting in?
Through the Chair, no. So that is regulated by the Office of Liquor and Gaming. So none of that information was in the report for the development.
And just to highlight that, it's obviously something the community obviously should be made aware of.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Latcham. Any further questions? Someone happy to second that? Councillor Latcham? All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Next item there is item 10.4, and Brendan, come to the lectern.
Good morning, Acting Mayor and Councillors. This is a development application for a material change of use for a 90-bed residential care facility, which was previously tabled at the 23rd of August meeting. Concerns were raised in the previous meeting about the proposed car parking area in the southeast corner of the site, given that it's where informal car parking is currently proposed. The matter was laid on the table and the applicant asked whether any additional on-site car parking could be provided. The applicant consulted, we consulted the applicant and they provide the following response, that the current proposal complies with the car parking rate under the planning scheme, that the informal car parking areas result in an underutilisation of that area given the inefficient car parking that's occurring, and further that the car parking that is occurring there is associated with an off-site use in the area, so they shouldn't be responsible for catering for a development other than theirs. There was also a couple of questions around traffic management. If those were addressed in the last meeting, traffic management plan will be required as part of an operational works application. So the grounds for approval remain the same as they previously were in the last council meeting, and council recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions outlined in the report.
Okay, thanks, Brendan. I know this one there's been a lot of public feedback, and with that, even not just the public, but also users and even Bethany staff about that parking area. So I'd like to sort of flag that I know that this application ticks all the boxes as to our town plan, but there are some still issues there with that parking. So I will go to the councillors and then I'd like to flag some addition to that. So Councillor Wickerson is the, well, firstly, Councillor Mathers, did you have any comment as the portfolio?
Acting Mayor, yeah, look, I just want to say I understand the concerns with this development application, but like we said in the last meeting, you know, this is ticking all the boxes. You know, they're complying with what they need to comply with. I understand that there is some traffic issues, or not traffic, parking issues within that area, but as I said in the last meeting, I don't believe we're in a position to have to ask them or try to put pressure on them to supply extra parking for off-site other commercial ventures. So I don't think we have much of an option with this one.
Thank you, Councillor Mathers. Councillor Wickerson?
Thanks, Acting Mayor. No, the same. I think it would be a waste of effort to challenge it, but I did want to voice my concerns about it all the same, because I know there's existing issues with traffic already without adding another 90 beds, and I would hope that those 90 new residents would get visitors. So by logic, there's going to be more traffic in the streets, which, even though their regulation width just seem narrow for some reason, I don't know what it is about them, but that's both Jessie and Ward and Spencer Street, and of course they feed on to Upper Dawson via St Peter's School, and there's always issues there. I think we managed to get a pedestrian crossing in, which makes it a lot safer, but this will only exacerbate that, I believe. So even though this complies and does tick all the boxes, and I agree with that, I think that, and the traffic management study that they talk about, I believe that would just be during the construction phase, is that right? So while they're disrupting things with the construction process, there'd be a plan in place like they do for the recent aged care as well. Oh, and just to go back a bit, that we absolutely need more aged care facilities, so I support the project overall. But I'd like to propose, and I don't know whether it's an additional point to the recommendation or a separate one again.
This was what I was going to propose after
Okay,
the approval, after we've dealt with that approval.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with words like that, to develop some sort of a longer term and maybe broader parking and traffic management strategy for not just the immediate streets around the development, but what other impact that may. So that will cover that. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Rutherford.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. I think this was answered last time, but if you can just please remind me. It says that they have a minimum of 55 new parking spaces that need to be provided, but are losing 25. So does that... So have they ticked the full amount that they need, or is there still some requirement to provide more?
Yeah, through the chair. The car parking is a bit confusing that they've removed some and added others, but in total, the number of additional car parking spaces provided caters for the proposed development, and across the site, council's done a further investigation, and the actual use of that site, they are compliant with the number of car parking rates required under the current planning scheme. So, yeah, in whole, the whole development complies with the car parking rates.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr Chair. It's you know, we do need these facilities, but acknowledge that it will create an issue through that area.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. It's good to know that there is a traffic management plan required with the operational works. You know, we all know how busy this precinct is, and it's probably quite unique in that we've got a school, an X-ray facility, hospital and aged care all in the one precinct. So it's probably not the same as other places. And I suppose what my query was, when I read it again, that we're classing Ward Street as a minor urban collector road with 750 to 3,000 vehicle movements daily, but then it was stated that it can be considered a major urban collector road with 3,000 to 6,000. I just wondered why it wasn't considered a major urban collector road when the application was evaluated.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll pass that to Jamie.
Jamie, you might have to go.
Morning, councillors. Mr Acting Mayor, through the chair, so that the function of the road is a minor urban collector. So normally 7.5 metre wide carriageway. In this instance, it has a bit wider of a carriageway. So that's why we're suggesting potentially there's even a bit more capacity in that road. But all the assessments as part of the traffic impact assessment have been based on minor urban collector. So minor urban collector has a capacity of 3,000 vehicles a day. Currently, the AADT is about 990 vehicles per day. So capacity of that whole surrounding network, well and truly within that capacity of that road network. There was a traffic study done back in 2017. They looked at capacity of the network, they looked at intersections, no issues. So basically the traffic impact assessment said that there's no further investigation required because we're well and truly within the capacity of those existing road networks. With regards to the traffic management plan, it's always tricky where you've got a built-up area and they're developing within that built-up area. We've got a condition in our decision notice that says any construction vehicles, any workers' vehicles or machinery, lay-down areas have to be established on the site. When we go to operational works and the detailed design comes to fruition, they start looking at procedures and processes as to how to deliver the project. That's when we have a bit of a conversation as to where these vehicles might be stored, whether the equipment's going to be stored, and you know there may be some areas on that site where they can have workers' vehicles stored. There was a site towards the end of Agnes Street there, which is a council-owned property. I don't know whether that is a potential for them down the track, but as part of the operational work stage, that's where we get into that detail as to how the project's going to be rolled out. So always in the back of our mind, we're trying to avoid impacts on our network, impacts on the car parking to ensure it's minimalised.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And other questions?
Yes.
So I suppose, or a comment probably, I suppose my worry is, yeah, you're saying that if they're working there, they should stay there. But what about now, like trucks coming in, delivering like to a hospital? They've got to get a lot of stuff in, not just during construction stage. So legally, you could actually take a semi-trailer up those roads? Yeah, and that's my concern, I suppose, because Spencer Street is so narrow that when cars are parked either side, you can't fit 2 cars through there. You can just fit with Ward Street. It's when you get bigger than the normal car that the problem is.
Yeah, so through the chair, as part of the operational works rollout, we will look at potential haul routes as to where any of that equipment might be brought in, and we'll discuss an appropriate haul route. So maybe Agnes Street is the most appropriate. It's a wider carriageway again. Maybe that's more appropriate to be delivering some materials to the site as opposed to Spencer Street. So we'll look at, as I said, minimalising impact on that area. Obviously, construction is occurring. We've got this in a number of different developments, so the West Street development, Archer Street at the moment. They're all in these sort of built-up areas, and there is going to be some impact on that surrounding area, but we do our very best to work with the applicant and the developer to try and minimise what that impact is going to be. Bearing in mind it's a short period, and you know we don't want to disrupt delivery to any of the existing uses that might occur. So we work with the developer and the applicant to ensure that that can still be maintained.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. If there's no further comment, Councillor Mathers as Portfolio Chair, are you happy to move?
Happy to move, yep. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilkinson is the councillor for the area. If there are no other comments, couldn't we have actually the,
What are we moving?
not the
Yeah.
recommendation, not the one that I'll follow?
So we're not, can I just clarify, we're not moving on the one that
No,
Councillor...
not yet.
No.
That's effectively...
Okay, all those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Separate motion.
Yep.
So, look, understanding the issues, and I think councillors have been getting feedback from the public and those that work at Bethany, those that work in the area as well. Everything on that development application, as Councillor Mathers said, ticked all of the boxes. But I believe that probably it is prudent for council that it conducts a review of parking arrangements in the precincts surrounding the Mater Hospital, St Peter's School and the Bethany facility in 12 months to actually just see if these issues and concerns that have been raised are true, how we can address it. So I'd like to sort of actually move that as a review for 12 months. But seeking comments, Councillor Wilkinson.
Oh, thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. Just to add in, as well as parking arrangements, but traffic management as well. I know we've, as Jamie has said, we've looked at that in, was it 2018 or so, but time has moved on and there's probably more business around. Just to reinvestigate that too.
I'll ask Peter.
Because sometimes the theory and the practice don't always align. Like the people that live there would probably have a different view of trying to get out of their driveways and trying to pick up their kids from school. And
definitely.
So might be timely to have a look at it again once this is finished and extra loads are put onto the network.
Peter, would you like to?
Yes, I do want to comment on that. Through the Chair, just to clarify, this development application did have a traffic engineer report. That traffic report was not just looking at construction activities, it did intersection analysis and all of those things to look at demand. And the key comment in the report is there is no insignificant load added. So I'm really reluctant to add the word traffic in here. We have a 2017 study, we've reviewed the figures, there's no significant change. We will monitor and we will do traffic counts through those areas, but I just don't believe we should lock in and go and do a traffic study because it's just been done very effectively by a consultant and it's been reviewed by our people, but happy to review how parking is going, which, as was said, we have little influence over.
Thank you, Peter. I might actually send, after council today, is it okay to send that 2017? Yeah. 219? Okay. Maybe all the councillors can receive that. I did have the opportunity, I came in early this morning and actually read the traffic and safety analysis of that Ward Spencer Street area report this morning as well. So if we can get that sent to all councillors, that would be great. But Councillor Wickerson, further question?
Just a parting comment, please.
Yeah.
As I've said before at this table, that it's fine to have things that are operational, we're higher level than that. When there's an issue with that, we get the calls.
Yeah.
Not the consultant, not the senior staff, we get the calls. Okay, just to note that.
Councillor Rutherford.
Just a question to Peter, if I could, just to get an understanding. What constitutes a significant, what was the word you said, a significant change or?
There's a set of guidelines, the Australian Standard Road Guidelines, that set that criteria out, and off the top of my head, the kind of delay periods that you were getting in extensions by this were 0.1 of a second or 0.4 of a second, so they're saying that's a very minor change in traffic delay.
So that's how they rate it, basically, on the length of time that
There's
you...
an Australian standard that you follow that measures that. Yeah.
That you wait for, basically.
It's travel time.
Travel time.
And so what they do is they do intersection analysis. It's called SIDRA, which looks at the delays in an intersection after that development has occurred. They also do some other analysis on the traffic network. And that's the thing which Jamie's team would have looked at to say, does this development have an impact?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Kirkland.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chair. I did just want to ask, I'm not quite sure who would have the answer, so I'll put it out there into the atmosphere. What sort of resource are we now asking to be supplied for this particular study? How much does it cost?
Evan or Peter?
Yeah, in that order. Effectively, you're going to monitor all streets, look at the vacancy rates, where people are parking. 40 grand.
Okay, thank you.
Probably it's well deserved for up there. I think the parking is one of the bigger concerns, and there is a few precincts around our region where we probably should do a bit more in-depth parking analysis, so we actually get a better understanding for our budgets. And this might be the start of the few.
If no further questions, I'd like to move that council review the parking arrangements, for the precincts surrounding the Mater Hospital, St Peter's School and the Bethany facility in 12 months after the completion of the development application and material change of use for the residential care facility. Seek a seconder. Councillor Smith. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And we'll make sure that that report, so that you can have that for your, just to have a read over it. Thank you, Brendan and everyone. Yep. What's our next one? Is we should be able to. We might just do one more item and then I'll adjourn the meeting. So, Kelly. Already there.
Yeah.
Good morning, Kelly. You can give our report.
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor and councillors. I bring this report to you today for the renewal of the lease to the Australian Red Cross Society at Mount Morgan. They occupy the former childcare centre up there. So the Red Cross actually run what's known as their hippie program, and they also sublet to the Benevolent Society. So the report outlines the programs that they run from the centre. It's very important to the community. There's a lot of community benefit there, particularly with the hippie program, because it's for children aged 4 to 5, they're getting them ready for school with the lack of kindergarten facilities that may be available to them. So they've requested 2-year renewal of their lease. Under this particular lease, it's council maintains the building, so we're looking to continue that arrangement with them. The fee that they charge the Benevolent Society is just a cost recovery, and which most of that cost recovery is actually the cleaning of the facility. So just to let you know what that fee is made up of. Any questions?
Councillors, any questions? Councillor Rutherford.
Kelly, do we have numbers using this facility at all at the moment?
I don't have the actual numbers, but it is used 3 to 4 days a week, like between the hippie program and also the Benevolent Society. And they also do the intensive family support program as well, but I think that's on an as-needs basis. So they're very open to, for other groups, and that's when the Benevolent Society, we put them in touch with the Red Cross when they were looking for somewhere. So they are always open to working with other groups to utilise the space and, of course, share the running costs of the facility.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. We're looking for buildings and trying to pull everything together in Mount Morgan. I'm just wondering whether it's worth holding off on this lease a little bit longer until we can have a look at the whole bigger picture. And I'm looking at Alicia here to see whether she thinks there's any benefit in that.
So just in response to that, Councillor Rutherford, and I didn't have a lot of pre-warning around this, but thinking on my feed here in terms of this particular building, and it's got a lot of worthwhile programs that are running it. With that Mount Morgan pool and the refurbishment that is planned for the squash courts, that should give us that additional capacity in the short term that sort of moves those checker pieces. So I was keen to look at the length of the term of this site, and given that it's only 2 years, I think, yeah, it's fine to proceed. So if that helps your thinking, but otherwise, yeah, happy to take any more questions.
Yeah, no, in the term I thought I was sort of happy because it's not too far. There appears to be a number of people that come and go during the night to that facility. Do we know anything about that?
Not sure, but...
So it appears there are people living there and coming and going during the night.
I will take that on notice. It's not for someone to spend overnight there, so I'll run that past the Red Cross.
So just to add to that though, this group was also doing those youth programs in the evening.
No, this is...
Late?
Late.
Okay.
This is late, yes. So, yeah, I don't know, I can't add much more than that. Yeah.
Kelly. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Atcham.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. A question through to Alicia. In the report it talks about $9,500 was spent on refurbishments, whatever. Is there anything in the next 2 years that council needs to budget for, to be upgrades or anything that you're aware of?
That is a question I'll have to take on notice, Councillor Atcham. Sorry, I'm not prepped for that one. Not that I know of. Kelly, are you familiar with the condition?
Through the Chair, no, so there's nothing that I'm aware of upgrades. So this is the maintenance, servicing of air conditioning and those types of things. So no, there's no upgrades that I'm aware of that's required for the building within the next 2 years.
Okay, and just a second question. It's probably just thinking out loud, but the Benevolent Society, I would have thought them being the major contributor of fees or income for the Red Cross, would they have applied for the lease of it rather than the Red Cross, vice versa? It's just thinking out loud question.
Not that I'm aware of. So that fee that they're paying is primarily the cleaning fee of the facility. So it is just a cost recovery. I've drilled down to what that fee is made up of. But they sublet like a smaller portion of the building. So the larger portion of the building, the user is the Red Cross with their programs. Yeah.
No, happy with that.
Okay. Councillor Rutherford, as the Divisional Councillor there, are you happy to move? If not, that's okay.
Yes, yeah, fine.
And seconded Councillor Whipson. All those in favour? And that's carried. I would now like... Sorry. Adjourn the meeting now and resume the council meeting at 12 p.m.
Let's go adventure.
I need a second. Councillor Smith, all of those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors, and thank you, officers.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Councillors, it's 12 o'clock. Resume the meeting. I don't need to move that. We'll just resume the meeting. And councillors, so we'll move on to item 10.6 and ask Megan to come to the lectern.
Good afternoon, Chair and councillors. This report details a number of specialised and sole suppliers required to support fleet's operations. This report seeks council approval to deem the nominated suppliers as specialised or sole suppliers under the local government regulation. There are some examples of the complexities of the arrangements provided within the report, which I won't read through. I'll take those as read. We've conducted a recent review of fleet's purchasing and have identified that whilst these transactions may generally be under the thresholds, our accumulative spend requires that council undertake a procurement process or seek exemption as per the local government regulation. Table 1 includes the list of the suppliers that we are seeking as sole or specialised. Majority of those are original equipment manufacturers, so whilst the main procurement has gone through a process, this is for ongoing parts and maintenance from the original equipment manufacturer. There are 2 in there as well that are seeking it as a specialised supplier because it's impractical for council to seek quotes. An example of that is our telemetry systems with our radios, just with the sensitivity of the information. So if there are no questions on the report.
Okay, councillors, any questions to that report? If no questions, someone happy to move that that be received? Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Wickerson. Thank you, Megan. Yes, nothing like it, the first agenda item. So it's been moved by Councillor Rutherford, seconded by Councillor Wickerson. All of those in favour, and that's carried unanimously. Okay, item 10.7, and welcome to the lectern.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. There are a few components to this part compared to our normal delegation reports you would be familiar with seeing. So you'll see in the recommendation, the first part of that recommendation is to adopt some new powers as a result of legislative changes. So the building regulation was recently updated, and attachment 1 to the report sets out a list of the new powers that we're seeking to adopt. Attachment 2 is the same table with the marked up changes to show you what the differences are, and essentially they've been worked through with our building team as to what powers we believe officers require as a result of those changes. The second part of the recommendation simply just revokes powers previously given under the Residential Tenancies and Rooming Accommodation COVID legislation. That regulation no longer is required, has come to an end, so we've removed that one. And then the third piece of the report is our annual delegation review. So this is a legislative requirement, and as of per the attachments, which is all of our existing delegations, they're contained in attachments 3, 4 and 5. These are the things that are already in place, so they've previously been presented to the table through my reports, asking for approval as to how it's all set up. So there's nothing new in those. It's literally just a summary of all of our delegations in place, and under the legislation that's required to be presented once a year. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, it's just a question to understand one of the delegations in the register. So I think it's attachment 2, if I'm right, on page 1 of 3. Yep, just about halfway down in, if you look in titles, it's part 10, miscellaneous. Can you just clarify to me, a temporary accommodation building, is that like referring to motels, or what is it exactly?
Councillor Kirkland, I'd have to take that on notice and come back via our building team as to how that applies and in what context. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure that's purely their specialty as to what
Yeah.
that would look like, I'm afraid.
It was just one that I didn't understand, so I thought I would ask the question. If you could get back to me by email, Alyssa, that'd
Yeah,
be fine.
no worries.
Thanks.
Okay, any further questions? No further questions. Someone happy to move that the report be received? Councillor Smith, Councillor Latcham. All those in favour? And again, carried unanimously. Thank you, Alicia. Item 10.8, the Summary Budget Management Report for the period ending 30th of June. Marnie, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Acting Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. So at the last meeting, councillors, you will recall that we actually looked at the July budget figures, and these are going back in time, and we're actually looking back at the June to end of year figures as per being very close to our audited or our pre-audited statements. So effectively, it's a summary of the full 21-22 financial position for council, closest to what our budgeted, our audited figures will be. So the statements that have been prepared and provided to the auditors and participated, you know, in our audit in the last couple of weeks are very close to what we're presenting today in the June monthly budget report. It's at, you can see that it's 100% of operating revenue, which is split over various levels of achieving that revenue, as well as 99% of our operating expenditure, as per what we changed in our May monthly budget review prior to budget adoption for 22-23. The operating result actually improved compared to what we had forecast, which was 300,000, and we actually achieved a surplus of about 3.2 million prior to any adjustments as a result of the changes to assets and the expenses of assets following changes to our asset processing that we go through as an end of year type of process. So effectively what that means is that we've looked at our the capitalisations of our asset processes and expense some of those costs because they don't fall within the categorisation of what would be an asset. So that impacts on our ultimate operating result for council, which is presented in our audited financial statements that will go to our audit meeting at the beginning of October. In terms of the capital income, we achieved around the 100% of our capital income. However, our capital expenditure, which I mentioned in the last report, only achieved 89% of our budget review, which we had reduced down to around that $110 million. We spent around 99.4 for the year. So we did achieve quite a lot of capital expenditure in the end, but you will recall, councillors, that we actually had an original adopted position of 151 million when we adopted the 21-22 budget for capital expenditure. So there was certainly a big reduction in terms of where we thought we'd end the year as a result of that. At the end of June, we had $129.5 million in investments and our total loans were 158.3, the result of drawing down that $40 million in loan borrowings close to the end of the financial year. So that's the presentation of those numbers. If council has any questions in relation to that.
Yes, any questions from them? Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thanks, Mr Chair. Marnie, I just wanted to ask off your income statement there, the 51% developer contributions were only realised in that full summary. Understanding that's back then, firstly the reason for that, but secondly whether those shortfalls have been realised between then and now.
I couldn't comment on whether they've been realised since then, Councillor Kirkland, but generally speaking, the developer contributions will be based on timing and when they're required to be called in, I guess, in terms of the development that's occurring. So it's a timing issue more than anything, based on what development is occurring. It's not really something that, I mean, we set targets for our budgets and obviously we have an anticipation that it's going to reach that, but it will be very much dependent upon what development is occurring and what stage that development is for those contributions to be paid.
Yeah, I understand that. I think I was probably just more concerned about delinquency in what was meant to be paid, that's all.
I don't think there's an element of debt recovery type of thing. It's more around the timing than anything.
That's my main question. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. I'm actually happy to move this report. Seek a seconder. Councillor Latcham. All those in favour? Carried unanimously again. Marnie, have a good break, and thanks for staying until the council meeting.
She'll come back early next year, Mayor, the budget again.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to item 10.9, and Councillor Wickerson, you will need to depart the meeting before we go any further.
No, Mayor, different item, I think.
Oh, different one.
Yeah, they're similar. Yeah.
Oh. So I'll just had your back, mate. Kelly, welcome back.
Hello again. So this report is in relation to a request to purchase some council land. The land is at 66A McFarlane Street. It is an old access restriction strip, so just keep in mind it's only 40 centimetres wide, the land. So the adjoining landowner, which is the state government, being the Department of Communities, Housing and Digital Economy, so they've requested to purchase it. The reason for the purchase is that they need this side for access for their development, which is their $4.55 million neighbourhood centre, and so it just makes with the access issues easier for their project. Have any questions?
No questions. Councillor Mathers.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. Yeah, Kelly, thanks very much for the report. The question I do have, this is a great facility that they're building in that area. I just noted, I'm just trying to find the information, I think on our books the land was valued at just over $1,000 or something like that, $1,100.
Yes.
I'm just wondering with that, because there's something else in the confidential agenda that says a similar thing. That valuation, is that a current market valuation, or that's just currently what it's on our books?
That's the valuation on our books.
Mm-hmm.
So it's essentially around that $1,000 threshold.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for market value because it's only 40 centimetres wide.
Okay, I understand.
So that's the problem.
Yeah.
So it's the valuers gave it a nominal valuation of $1,000 at the time, and it's been indexed to increase to that.
Okay.
Additional amount.
Just one more question, if that's
Yes.
all right. So that was going to be one of my questions. Was that indexed if it was on our books?
Yes.
So 'cause I suppose the question I've got is, let's say this was a block of land, much larger than that, was 400, 500 square metres or something like that. Would that be? We wouldn't then just be allowing for what it's on our books for. Would we actually get a current market value
Yes,
on that and then sell it for that?
Yes, that's correct. We get a market valuation. Obviously, a market valuation on this land would be more than the value of the land, so therefore not feasible.
Yeah, totally understand that. I was just wondering whether we did this for all blocks of land, so that makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? No further questions?
I'm happy to move. Yeah.
Move, Councillor Mathers, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously as well. We are doing well. Okay, councillors, we're going to move. Our next item is the item that we put back. So this is our risk register, and Kassan, invite you to the lectern.
Presented to you today are the Risk Register's quarterly updates for adoption. The Enterprise Risk Management Framework requires that management undertake a quarterly review of their risk, with any current risk ratings of very high and high being presented for adoption, along with any risks undergoing treatments. Additionally, in the attachments that you have been supplied, the last 2 pages of attachment 2 contains assorted changes made during this period, consisting mainly of additional changes to existing controls being amended or added. Of particular note this period are several risks that management have reassessed the current risk rating. 4 are now showing a lower current risk rating, owing to either additional controls being implemented or, in the case of projects, it has been considered that the project has progressed past a risky component. However, one project risk was reassessed with a higher current risk rating. So the quarterly update is presented in the report today for your consideration and adoption.
Dan, so open to questions. Councillor Kirkland.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions around this risk register, if you bear with me, I'll just go through a couple of those. And I am cognisant that this is a report that's quarterly, and this is something that has been and not necessarily reflective of current circumstance across the board of the things that are reflected in this report. However, I would like to ask around a number of things. Let me just start. We'll work our way back. The item, so what do we call it, an item? Risk number 325, which is the risk is a failure of the water treatment plant resulting in the loss of supply for extended period, financial loss, etc. It's all written there. I would just note that some of these, as you have pointed out in the report, are as old as 7.5 years, and some of them haven't actually had any updates in that period. I am concerned, Mr. Chair, that sometimes we don't take these risk registers seriously, and that potentially by us receiving a report that we might be even putting ourselves at risk if something hasn't been actioned. I'm just questioning about the levels of some of the risks that are in here as to whether they are in fact moderate or whether they're high. I've consulted with the officers with regards to a couple of the concerns in there, and I would invite, perhaps now is appropriate for Peter to talk to some of my questions, because I believe he's got some of the answers there for you, Kassan. So that particular one, which is item 325, that is about the water treatment plant, and my concern is whether or not a moderate level of risk is in fact reflective of the truth of the matter, especially at that time.
Through the chair.
So, yeah, through the chair.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. That risk, which was a risk of supply failure, has been ranked at moderate because the manager has updated it and said basically that the project is now underway. It will be completed by December 23, and the project is progressing well as seen in the other report on project risks. So that's why it's deemed as a moderate 6, okay?
Yeah. Can I just respond to that if I might? Can I or not?
I'm just going to add a bit more first. The earlier mitigation strategies were, you'll see a series of upgrades and improvements, so improving the systems, security gates, firewalls. There was quite small elements, and what's happened is they've been done, you're right, over many years to keep this plant running, and that was the mitigation. Then we've changed tact effectively and said, no more little stuff. We're doing a big upgrade, which became the project. So that's why there's a long list of items, and it's been going on for a number of years because they've been progressively doing these small things to improve and de-risk the plant. But we've now interchanged that with effectively the managers pointed to the new project as the solution, which is December 23.
Can I ask, Peter, are you comfortable with...
Through the chair, Councillor.
Through the chair, sorry, through the chair. Can I go through you? To Peter,
yep.
Can I ask, are you comfortable then that moderate level of risk with regards to the infrastructure and the current state of the water treatment plant is accurate?
At the time this report was prepared, absolutely. And I can give a further update, but I would prefer to do that out of session. Okay, but right at this point, when this was prepared and reviewed, the manager was spot on in the risk assessment.
Awesome, thank you.
What I will say is the whole of FRW projects in their nature, as we are ranking them, they're ranked in a period of time, but I'll make council aware we are doing much other work as we go underneath this, okay? In terms of investigation and studies.
Okay. Through you, Mr.
Yes.
Chair. Thank you. So, item 458, which I believe is to assets, so that would,
What was that number?
council, that would be open spaces, so that would be through to
That's not my-
Alicia.
I don't know
I
the
couldn't think of
number.
your name. I was going to call you Alyssa. I was like, what's her name?
Open
To
space.
Alicia.
It's going to be,
Through you, Mr. Chair.
it'll be Alicia.
It says here that the risk is damage or failure of council's open spaces facilities resulting in injury to public and potential litigation. It's a very high, its risk is very high here. I noticed that that goes back to 2019 and that there's been zero action on that. Does this remain a very high risk, and would you consider it something that would require action? 458. Yeah.
I'll have to take that question on notice. The immediate look at it that is in respect of, say, natural disasters or things like that, whether that is, because that risk, whether that's the nature of that underlying risk. But sorry, without that advance warning, I haven't got that pre-prepared question. So can I take that one on notice, please?
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Mr. Chair, if I may, to you, just a couple of these have illustrated to me that there might be an opportunity for potentially a workshop or something around this for councillors, because to adopt and to receive a report like this without us having a full understanding of the mechanics of it, I believe is negligent on our behalf, and it puts us at risk if we're not fully understanding what we're adopting. So there's a number of questions that I have here as to whether things should be higher or why not, and whether it's about a facility being damaged by the general public or whether it's about a storm. It's not necessarily unpacked in this, and I think that there are some inconsistencies throughout the document. There are, in some items, they've actually put what existing controls have been put in place and the date, and then others they don't. There are some that have had nothing done for 7.5 years, and I'd like to know why. I'm not comfortable in moving forward to adopt something like this, and let me just explain. I did write...
Probably just beforehand, I actually had spoken to the CEO about this as a workshop, and this is prior to the meeting, about workshopping this, and Mr. CEO had said yes, but was allowing just to have ask those questions at the committee meeting, at the council meeting today, but the preference was to actually workshop it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I continue with what I was saying before? Yeah, is that okay to keep going, and then we'll move to what you would like to do?
Well, if you want to, or would this be better to actually continue in a workshop? Councillors, what would you prefer? Would you prefer to go to a workshop, bring this to a workshop?
Yeah, look, certainly I'd like to see it in a workshop, but I'd also like to hear what Councillor Kirkland has to say, if that's okay.
Yeah, I really did just want to finish what I had written down, if that's all right. My concerns are that items are on the risk register. What concerns me is what's on the risk register might not be at an accepted level of updatedness and that sort of thing, and no actions against them. I've also written here that risk registers are about being proactive rather than reactive management. It's about prioritisation of limited resources across the council, which is really important. And if this register is not up to date and taken seriously, that concerns me, as it makes the organisation vulnerable and endorsing and receiving such a report puts risk back onto us as councillors. I'd like to move a procedural motion that we lay the matter onto the table pending our workshop.
Has to be a motion. So
It has to be a motion because
yeah, and-
the reason why, sorry if I
Yeah.
through the chair, the reason why there hasn't been a motion put previously. So if you're in debate, then you can debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's
just a straight motion.
Correct
Yeah,
wording
well,
is foreshadow a motion, do I?
well, I was always going to foreshadow that this goes to a workshop. So you can second that motion.
You can move the motion and second. It's not in the sense of our meeting procedures as a procedural motion.
Yeah.
Because a procedural motion can only occur during debate on a motion already. Because there's been no motion put,
Yes.
this could actually just be the straight motion and seeking a seconder to go forward.
Yeah, thank you.
So I open it up to other questions, but I was foreshadowing that we would take this a quarterly risk register to be workshopped at a date set by the CEO. Yep. But councillors, any other questions?
Mr Mayor?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see the light.
Councillor Rutherford? Yeah, Ross?
Sorry, Mr Chair. I just took an add in, I'm not saying don't go down this path, but just for something may give a little peace of mind, is the Audit Committee also an external body, where we have two councillors on it, who will actually review this as well, and just for that independent oversight to look at it. That's all my point is. I'm not saying don't do it, but if it's anything that helps, that there's another body looking at it as well.
Councillor Rutherford.
Not a question, just a statement. Acting Mayor, if that's
Yeah.
okay, and probably just maybe to support Councillor Kirkland, because we had gone through this very thoroughly, but you do forget sometimes how long things have sat before you've addressed it, and you know, sort of newer councillors to the table that probably haven't had the same opportunity to ask those questions and be confident about everything that's on there, and certainly things have moved on from where they were. So I support Councillor Kirkland in what she's been saying and what she's asked for.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks, Mr Acting Mayor. Just a question, I guess. Every council is going to be different. They've got environmental factors or community factors, whatever, but there'd be a lot of things that wouldn't change between councils of the same size. So I guess the question is, in the process of this, Kassane, have we benchmarked against others? So if it's a water treatment plant or environmental risk or whatever, how do we sit with other councils of a similar size and nature? We don't reinvent the wheel every time to write our own risk register. Do we refer to other councils and see what the consensus is on things?
In truthfulness, it's not a case of necessarily benching our risks with other councils. The individual managers may do that at their level at the time of writing the risks, but from a risk manager, like the person that's pulling it all together to present to you, I don't go out and say to other councils, can I have a copy of your risk register? Because as you would probably appreciate, some of that information would be considered sensitive. Some of them, in terms of what actually gets presented to council, is only at that strategic level. They don't necessarily present their operational risks to council. So it's not an apples with apples situation. But in terms of, like, for example, you use the water treatment, I would think that our person that's in charge of our water treatment would have that networking with other councils in similar situation and get a feel for how we're sitting with that.
Okay, no.
I don't know whether that's answered
No,
your
it does.
question, but that's probably the best I can answer it.
Okay, no, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? No further questions. So the recommendation was that this matter be referred to a a workshop? Okay. So I'm happy to move. It's been seconded by Councillor Kirkland. All those in favour? And that's been carried unanimously. Thank you, Kassan. Okay, we move on to item 11.1. These are notices of motion. The first one there is a notice of motion from Councillor Kirkland to travel to the Reef Guardian Council's executive meeting and the LGAQ conference. There's just a little bit of an amendment to that as well. And what the Mayor is not going to attend the conference now, and so what it means is that there's no additional sort of cost to council as far as the bookings and that for the conference, and that I'll assume the voting rights for Rockhampton Regional Council.
Effectively, it is Councillor Kirkland's notice of motion with the .3 added.
Yep. And it's been moved. Councillor Wickerson? Oh, sorry. Just it was because it was amended, I thought that was...
Yeah, I'm happy with that amendment, obviously. Yeah, that's fine.
Seconded by Councillor Wickerson. Councillor Mather's question.
Thanks very much, Mr Chair. Just for my clarification, if you wouldn't mind. So was there not previously 2 councillors that were actually allocated to delegates, which was yourself and the Mayor?
No, it was actually Councillor Wickerson and the Mayor.
Right, okay, so now it'll be yourself and Councillor Wickerson.
That's correct.
Thank you, just wanted to clarify that. Cool.
So, all those in favour? Well, that's carried unanimously. Next one is a notice of motion by Councillor Latcham, and this is to attend the Bowen Basin Mining Club's meeting in Mackay, and just for Thursday, the 15th of September, this Thursday. Moved Councillor...
Mr Mayor, this is for the whole term.
Yeah.
Oh, for the whole...
Not just for this one, it's already been approved. This is for the during the current term of office.
Whole term.
There's about 6 or so left, so for the whole term.
Okay. So, you're moving, Councillor Smith is there, but questions? Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. And it really just sits around, I don't have a major issue with this, but I do want to check. We have individual budgets, I believe, for travel. So
yes.
With moving this, then there is nothing, it's still within budget. But how do we know that? Because if Councillor Latcham decides to go to a conference that is quite expensive or whatever else, he may have used, or a number of them, he may have used his allocation, and then this would be over budget. So I just don't understand how we can move something that we don't know what the budget ramifications will be moving into future years.
Sorry, I haven't got it in front of me, Councillor Rutherford. Happy to, if councillors want to put within budget, that's easy, that's probably simple.
Yep.
There was a little catch-all within the expenses reimbursement policy there, but happy to add the word in there that councillor attendance for the meetings in Mackay, within budget, Mackay, this current term, within the budget allocation.
Within
the councillor.
Councillors, or the councillors allocated.
Yeah, the councillor's allocation.
Yeah. Councillor Latcham, are you happy with that addition?
I know I'm not going outside the budget, so I'm within the allocation for councillors, so that's not an issue.
Probably just Councillor Rutherford. I know because I've, as chair of LawMac, I have sort of travel. I actually sat down and worked out my budget for this whole financial year of my travel as to what I'd be doing. As to the previous year, where my travel budget kept even with being chair of an external committee, still kept to budget. So I actually sat down and worked my budget for LawMac that I I know that those were things that I would be doing, and mindful of the budget, and sometimes there's even looking at accommodation and those type of things. So we have a budget. If you know that you're on an external committee and that you really do try, there are always those anomalies that come from left field, but I think it is sort of something, that figure there. I was really keen and kept annoying Damon to get updates so that I could actually just see where it was tracking the last financial year, to actually understand if you could actually do everything that you wanted as a chair of an external committee, and that was actually achievable.
Thanks, Councillor Fisher, and I think that's really important. I think, we need to lead by example. Our budget is very tight, and we need to be leading by what we do as well. Yep.
Mathers.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say, look, I'm sorry, I was looking through here and I can't find it, but somewhere in this report it did say within budget. I can't find it here somewhere, but I remember reading that.
It's within our budget, and if I may, Mr Acting Mayor, I mean, at the end of the day, anything that was to go over budget has to come back to the table. So it's already in our councillor allocation. So it's already, this is just stating it again, but it's already in our policy. So I'm not sure why it should go in here, but I'm happy with it.
Okay, any further questions with that? So it's been moved by Councillor Atcham, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you for that. Now, next is questions on notice, urgent business, closed session, and we have 2 items for closed session, and it is recommended the meeting be closed to the public to discuss the following items, which are considered confidential in accordance with section 254J3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for the reasons indicated. Item 15.1.
Can I suggest that council do it separately?
Do it separately?
And probably...
Then come back and open and...
Yeah, if Councillor Wickerson leads for the first one. Yeah. And then we'll come and do 15.2 separately.
Okay. So Councillor Wickerson's left the meeting. So the reason we're going to ask for this meeting to be closed is the disposal of part of a lot to an adjoining owner in accordance with section 254J3Gi of the Local Government Regulations 2012. It is considered necessary to close the meeting to discuss negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government in which a public discussion would likely prejudice the interests of the local government, and that the matter the local government is required to keep confidential under law or formal arrangements with the Commonwealth and the state. Can I have someone move that Councillor Smith, Councillor Mathers, all those in favour? And with that, we will go carried. Yes, carried unanimously. Then we move again to second part, request, the second item 15.2, request the trustee consent to purchase part of a state reserve. In accordance with section 254J3I of the Local Government Regulation 2012, it is considered necessary to close the meeting to discuss a matter of local government. Is required to keep confidential under law of or formal arrangements with the Commonwealth and the state. Can I have someone happy to move that we go into close? Councillor Kirkland, Councillor Smith, All those in favour? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So we'll now vote to go into closed session. All those in favour? Oh, firstly, move. Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wickerson. All those in favour? And that's carried. We are now moving into closed session.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming. I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
Now that we've arrived here, I would not change a thing. Knew that we'd survive here and all the goodness we would bring. Of this I sing. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming in sunshine, everybody feeling fine. Everybody join the front line, ain't nobody left behind. Everybody swimming.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home is with you wherever that may be.
We're ready to go live. Councillor Wickerson is leaving the meeting. So that's recorded. Okay. Item 15.1. Councillors, I'm open to, someone wants to move one way or the other. So, Councillor Latcham, you want to move what way?
To dispose of.
Okay, so you're moving option.
this officer's
that
recommendation.
officer's recommendation. Second, Councillor Smith. Okay. All those in favour? All those against? Would you like to record it? And yep. So Councillor Fisher, Latcham, Kirkland, Smith, and Mathers voted for the motion, and Councillor Rutherford voted against.
Sorry.
Mr CEO, can I list the reason?
List the reason.
Why?
As why I voted against?
It's up to the chair. That's a
I'm happy to.
Yeah, that's completely up to the
Actually happy to allow that,
That's up to
Councillor
the
Rutherford.
chair.
I think this one there it is sort of a little bit historical, so I'm happy to allow that.
Yeah.
Not quite yet. Just if you can, Councillor Rutherford, if you can just.
Yeah, I voted against the motion because I don't believe that we should be selling our night cart lanes as they are part of of the city's heritage.
So probably just briefly oppose selling night cart lanes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm happy to allow that. Can we invite Councillor Wickerson in? (15.2) Again, someone happy to propose? Councillor Latcham moves that moves as officers recommended. Seconded, Councillor Mathers. All those in favour? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, so there is no more items to deal with. Close the meeting at 1:07. Thank you, councillors. There it's.
Taking the good with the ups and downs. I wanna see how the world turns round. Let's go adventure in the deep blue sea. Home is with you wherever that may be. Home